Welcome to Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who and
Hello everybody, welcome. We're just a few minutes away from the start of the tournament. I will get to you guys in just a moment. Do appreciate your understanding. Hello, Potato, Kaiba Bro, V Jukes, Death Roy, Cole, Safadine, J Strong, Nova Mortis. Did I already say Cole? Yes, I did. Cladinoia, IK Fire, Drewy, Ed, Morata. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. We are about 4 minutes away from the start of the tournament. Just getting everything set up properly. Hello, Nova Mortis. Again, thank you so much for the resubscription. I, for one, welcome our Time Lord underlings with open arms. Yeah, so people already been having fun with Time Lords, and we don't even have everything yet up to and including the rumored Time Lord Maiden that we should be getting. With the upcoming box, which does appear to be coming out on the 31st. Probably an early morning box based on the times that I've seen. Still waiting for that information, Jukes. People typically will join up to the last minute. But we've been averaging anywhere between 40 and 60 depending on the week. Will anyone have entered with Time Lords today? That is a good question. My gut says no, but my heart hopes yes. Hello, Barox. I'm doing well. Thank you so much for asking. Excited to be here today for another tournament. We've had a pretty good week overall. If you weren't aware, we did do a little bit of ladder climbing. Had a couple Dark Magician streams. Did exceptionally well with them. I was very happy about that. Currently at Legend 3. I would definitely like to finish out my COG climb before the end of the season. So hopefully, in theory, tomorrow would be the best time for me to try and get some more ladder gameplay in. So we'll certainly hope that I'm feeling motivated for that. Early next season with the new box, I will definitely be looking to test out resonators if we get the support that we are hopeful for, including Red Rain, the new skill, and any potential new boss monster. We don't know what, if any, we might get, but there are some hopes for stuff like Scarlight or other such boss monsters. All right, just about ready to... I doubt we'll get Abyss, especially if we're getting Red Rain, because that would mean it would be almost impossible to deal with Red Rain. Imagine, for example, that your opponent goes first, sets up the Red Rain ability or skill, has their Abyss on the field, and you opened an MST to take care of the Red Rain. Well, now, cool, you need a way to deal with both the boss monster and the Red Rain before even committing to the... It could be problematic. I mean, it's a fair... It would be a fair boss monster, but I think specifically with a skill that's going to give you access to Red Rain, that might suggest that we're not going to get it. So most likely we would get something like Scarlight or the what's the other one? That basically the ones that pop monsters. All right, looks like we did roll over, and it's gonna be... Go ahead and click the button, start the tournament. Scarlight or Tyrant? Yeah, Tyrant's the other one. Thank you. Alrighty. The tournament has begun. The skills are fine, especially with us knowing, for example, that the Stardust Quasar 1 can only be used on like turn 3 or greater. That's significantly weaker than that would just like, yeah. Okay, cool. You can theoretically get to an Omni Negate on turn 3, and I can interrupt you going into it. I think I'm okay with that. All right, the tournament has begun. Players should be arriving shortly, and we will have our first matches. Let's see here. Hello, Alucardo. How you doing? All right, we definitely got a couple interesting matches that we can start off with. But I do think we're going to go ahead and go with this, as it is the theme of the week. Hello, Sakadetsu, Jabberwork. So Jabberworks, specifically what I'm referencing is the skill that would make it significantly easier to go into. The skill is turn lock to turn 3. If you could make Quasar naturally, I'd be pretty impressed, especially turn 1. TG can Quasar? Well, I'm gonna be real with you. I ain't gonna be mad if TG can become meta relevant again.
Duel.
Alrighty, we have Hans Andres versus Nova. Likely gonna be a Dark Magician into DDD matchup. Hello, Whirlwind, and welcome. How did we finish out our DC Cup grind, if you don't mind me asking? And were you surprised at all at the top 10? Ripple setting in the back row. We have at least one guaranteed interruption here. You weren't taking it seriously. Fair enough. Heart of the Soul. This is going to be our 1 card skill activation. We was unbranded, which felt insane. Apparently many others thought so too. I believe there were no, was there, I think there might have been 1 branded in the top 10. Somebody, I think pictures up on the website. If not, it's in the on the Discord. If I going into Flame. Hi, King Genghis. This will give us a disruption against those 3 back row, meaning 1 is already dead. We can at least force it with the magical dimension, in theory. But then you're going to have to hope that your other back row is exceptionally powerful. But this is not looking good for Hans. Typically, Dark Magician does not play many wide impact back row cards. Just going directly to battle phase, looking to end this quickly before Hans can stabilize. Channel helper. Image. All right, here comes the magical dimension. We will, of course, have to negate this. Understandable. Compulse will deal with 1 threat. Say goodbye to the Doom King. What else do we have? Second Compulse. This is still lethal, right? Mm-mm. Game number 1 going to Anova. Would it have been better in that situation to compulse than allow the magical dimension to go through, pop a card on the field, have the monster summon in defense? We lived in that situation, if I'm not mistaken. See if I can find it really quickly. Yo, thank you so much for the continued support as well, Elias. Resonator Gang, rise up. Anyone else in chat also excited for Resonator Gang? No. Interesting. Would you like to explain yourself, Wanted? What do you have against Resonators? Damn, how far back do I have to go to find this? Ah, here we go. Little bit of Master Duel diversion here for a second, guys. But yes, since I'm talking to Whirl about this, I believe this was the image for the top 10 decks of the DC Cup. So we got branded Pile Ishizu at the top, Exo Sister Lockdown in second. I would be shocked if that's Pure Punk, but apparently it's Pure Punk. Really? We don't play the Ishizu cards? Interesting. Then, of course, Runic Stun, Unknown, Pure branded, Ishizu branded, Sprite. It is Pure Punk. Color me shocked. I would assume probably because they didn't share their deck list. Also, I'm noticing an extreme lack of Xbox Nation on here. What's going on? It's not Magistus, it's Exo Sister. Yeah, where's Gara at right now? I thought he was one of the greatest players and everyone said to not make fun of him. We did not exploit, we simply used the tools available for us. Oh, is it not actually Exo Sister? Eli, no. As far as I'm aware, Master Duel is different. Alrighty, this time around, Dark Magical Circle. We do have the Secrets of Dark Magic, allowing us to get into the Dark Magicians. Dimension Conjurer will allow us to rearrange, look at the top, draw one, put one back. The best part of this is that we will be able to manipulate what we draw off of the Dark Magicians. Not that it apparently mattered. It's Exo Sisters, but it's just Turbo Out Secret Village to beat the Runic and Branded decks. 2 games in a row, Unova's just that good. Opening card of the soul, we do have Mystical Space Typhoon going after one of these back row cards. As we have no monsters on the field, we will not be susceptible to any potential interruption. However, it was simply an MST, and the Dark Magicians will still be able to draw and set if it is a spell trap card. It was not. Activating Into the Void, very interesting. This is not a common DDD tech. All right, we will eat a Book of Moon. Was that really game? Why'd we scoop? Okay, so we have Swirl Slime, Ragnarok. If we have a DDD in hand, we can get to the Ragnarok, banish, and then we're, yep, dead. Unlucky. All right, we will be watching a replay to begin with before going into the live games. We have Nedex at the top, we have Cole at the bottom. Ready. Okay, so we do have the ability to get to our Jean Trainer here. Jean Trainer, of course, will be able to draw 3, finding off of the top a Book of Moon, a Card of the Soul, which we will activate. And for the third draw, we find Swirl Slime, minus 400, setting 2 back row and passing to Cole. Cole at the bottom is on Vampires. We're going to start off with a Samurai Skull, dumping the Familiar, sending Retainer to get the Familiar back to the field. This will allow us to get into a Nightmare Phoenix. Nightmare Phoenix will get poppin', taking out the Book of Moon. Familiar back to the field by discarding an Awakening, allowing us to search for a copy of Vampire's Domain. Activating our skill will allow us to go into Vampire Sucker with the Phoenix. We will then activate the Domain, tributing off our opponent's monster for the Vampire Duke. We will then further extend into Unicorn after the final back row, and then attacking for 2,000, 2,200, quick and dirty lethal. Cole winning game number 1 with Vampires. Well done. Thank you very much, Metal Overdrive. I appreciate you doing that breakdown as always.
Duel.
Alrighty, Cole going first this time. Samurai Skull into Familiar. Very similar play here, discarding the Retainer, allowing to search for a Duke. Retainer coming back to the field by discarding the Duke. We're going to grab an Awakening. Awakening will allow us to special a Vampire. We're going to go ahead and set 3 and pass our turn after activating a skill. Everything are vampires. We're going to go ahead and activate Takeover. This will allow us to pop the gate with the Vampire Kingdom. You will not be searching today. Setting 2 and passing. Nightmare Phoenix will allow us to go after one of those back row. It is a Book of Moon. We're going to hit the Duke, but that doesn't matter as we will just be able to flip back up. Retainer Effect, grabbing us a Familiar Effect, grabbing us a copy of Retainer. We will then extend further into Nightmare Unicorn using the advantage. Ooh, getting punished for that early flip up. But we do have a Samurai Skull summoned, as we have not committed to our normal yet. Do we still have our Awakening available to us? Well, it's not going to matter, as we are going to be able to Desires our Scarlet Surge back to the field. Scourge is going to allow us to grab another monster from our graveyard that will be the Vampire Sucker. And we have more than lethal on the board. Activating the skill one last time. Attack, attack, attack. Lethal Cole with a quick 2 Vampire. 2-0 victory. Well done. Let us find another match. Ooh, I was meaning to watch this one. You brick? Yeah, it happens. It's DDD. That's part of what those hits went after, was getting the DDD consistency. No saved replays, which means we are still in game number 1. Interesting. Yeah, I'll admit, I mean, obviously I grabbed it to use. All credit to the artist.
Duel.
Here is the link to the original work on Pinterest. Okay, we have a Super Poly ready to go. Fossil Fusion, taking our opponent's Neospatian Grand Mold and Hummingbird, allowing us to go into a Skullgar. We're going to activate Miracle Rupture, sending Weathering Soldier. Weathering Soldier is going to add another Miracle Rupture. We will Fusion Summon for the second time into a Fossil Warrior Skull King. Come forth! Shell Knight is going to activate. We're going to Book of Moon. We will Crash, allowing us to grab the Fossil Fusion back to hand. Fossil Fusion, one of the main benefits is the ability to fusion forever. Hard activation of Polymerization is going to combine Liquid Soldier and Blazeman. We are going to be able to draw 2, discard 1 off of this. A second copy of Sunrise to the field. Get poppin', taking out the Skull King. Floating into a Gaia Plate. apparently didn't realize what Gaia Plate does. We are able to survive that encounter by reducing our opponent's stats in half. Going into a Skull Convoy. Skull Convoy getting much reduced. Weathering Soldier grabbing another copy of Shell Knight. And that will be game number 1. We did have access to Super Poly, but didn't have any cards in hand to take advantage of it. And that will be lethal for game number 1. We do have game number 2. Shoma will be going first here.
Duel.
What's good, Light Sworn? Welcome, welcome. Appreciate you being here today, my friend. Now, if you recall, Golem Hole, if I'm not mistaken, was restricted to turn 2 and higher beforehand, but can now be activated first turn. Send 1 level 8 rock type monster that can be normal summoned or set to the graveyard and add a Fossil Fusion. We send our Gaia Plate. Santiago, this is a tournament, not a duel room, my friend. Wandering, where did it come from? Skill buff. That's the main thing. The skill buff change was minor, but not insignificant. I'm just too scared to duel. Oh no. The second coming of Michael. Weathering Soldier effect discarded off of the Dark World dealings. Our opponent discarding a Stratos, so their hand must be nice, or they already have a copy. The one benefit, besides being able to dig into your deck and proc your effects here, is the fact that your opponent will give you access to graveyard effects, or rather potentially give you access to a monster to use. In this situation, however, our opponent has sideboarded into an artifact Lancia, or at least I'm going to assume so. That does shut down the Fossil Fusion, as Fossil Fusion must be able to banish the materials from it. Hello, Kyle. Welcome. We're going to go ahead and set 1 both monster and back row, passing back to Ritz. Should be pretty easy for Hero to OTK from this position, outside of that back row being especially high impact. Lancia for PK, amongst other things, probably. Normal summoning Elemental Hero Neos. We're going to go ahead and add a copy of Polymerization to our hand. Activating Polymerization, come forth Elemental Hero Sunrise. Sunrise effect. Liquid Soldier effect. Yeah, Kyle, Jaden doesn't care about the rules. But yes, if you were wondering how, it is the skill. The skill is called Hero Alliance. During this duel, you can normal summon and set Neos without tributing. In addition to that, when you normal summon a Neos, have we done the breakdown yet? Not yet, I'll soon, I will. If you normal summon Elemental Hero Neos, you can add to your hand from outside the game a copy of Miracle Contact, Polymerization Miracle Fusion, or add a copy of Super Polymerization from your deck for free. How is this skill buffed? You no longer have to discard a card. It used to be that when you used the skill, you had to discard a card from your hand to get the effect. Now it's just a straight +1. Didn't have a turn restriction? No. That was Fossil Fusion. Fossil Fusion had a turn restriction of turn 2 and onward, if I remember correctly. Hello, Puzzling Valk. Welcome, welcome, my friend. Appreciate you. Breakdown for today, we have 11 Phantom Knight, 7 Mech Knight, 5 Hero, 4 DDD, 3 Dark Magician and Odd Eyes, 2 Metal Foes, and then 1 each of Burning PK Fire, Fossil, Gandora, E to 10, that's going to be the Star Warrior deck, Salamangreat Code Talker, and Vampire. Taking out the Fossil, we are going to be able to go into a Gaia plate here. However, we did save the Pop here off of Sunrise for the Gaia plate, meaning that we will be able to destroy it and go into a direct attack. Except we have Treacherous? Yet we waited to let our Gaia plate get popped? Okay. Will that punish come back to hurt us? Hello, Girin. How are you doing, my friend? Heroes, don't hate the archetype, but I wish they gave the hero love to gimmicks or Chronomaly. I mean, to be fair, both of those skills are already incredibly good. The downside to them is that the archetypes just suck. I mean, both of those, yes, you could absolutely buff the skills. But the buffs to them would be fairly minor, theoretically. Like, well, Chronomaly would benefit from no longer having a restriction of only light number monsters. I mean, basically, if you freed the restrictions ever so slightly to both of those skills for the extra deck, the decks would probably be fine. Or at least playable in a way that we would appreciate. So Chronomaly's extra deck monsters are fine, all things considered. Specifically, the Chateau Hayek. That's a perfectly fine monster to go into, especially one that you can get into exceptionally easily. The fact that the deck can also very easily use Barrage Blast is very nice. Barrage Blast is an exceptionally good back row trap card that Chronomaly can take advantage of. The problem is that Chronomaly would absolutely love the ability to play literally anything else. Like, they can't even play Link monsters, which is an issue. if you're gonna like restrict them, you should definitely give them some kind of benefit. So by going into Phoenix here, we will be able to take out that back row, and if it is a Book of Moon or something of the like, it will be unable to do anything here. It is a Miracle Rupture bluff. We will be able to get to lethal here via our Miracle Fusion, and Ritz will win game number 2. I mean, so the one thing we can definitely look at is that skills either get buffed. Well, I mean, there's no rhyme or reason to when they buff a skill, such as Hero Alliance or Golem Hole. But like, when archetypes get new support in a box, that's when we can theoretically expect to get access to a new skill to make the deck playable again. So like in theory, some of these archetypes, if they were to release like one new support card, so like if, I don't know, if they came out with a box that allowed you to go into the chaos forms of Chronomaly and Gimmick Puppet, you might see either buffs to the skills or new skills given to make them playable again. But it's very unlikely, it's just like really low priority for them, I guess, to actually try and just buff the skills. If I had one major criticism, if I had one major criticism that I feel could actually be changed relatively easily, it is probably the fact that they could do so much more to like just buff and tweak skills on a much more consistent basis. I know you're afraid of potentially making a skill too good, but you can always revert a change or weaken it if it is too much. Going into Fossil Warrior Skull King, setting 1 and a back row. It is confirmed to be getting support. Is it confirmed? Polymerization. Hard activating from our hand. As we did not normal summon Neos this turn, we will not be able to use our skill. Rarity change and getting Quinton. Well, Quinton doesn't necessarily mean Chronomaly support, though. Quinton means random machine spaceship support, and or maybe Osmo. Is it so? I know the rarity changes you were talking about, but isn't it like the garbage Chronomaly monsters we don't have? I don't recall any of those actually being good. They're all like really bad, like unplayably bad, if I remember correctly. I'm not mistaken, am I? I mean, don't get me wrong, I will definitely cope that it's like, well, we're going to give you like the rest of the support up to and including Vimena, in which case, well, you have my attention and my appreciation. But I doubt it. But who knows? I don't know. We are in the battle phase. Do we have the TTH? We showed it. We have shown it in the previous game. Attack is activated. We are going. What are we doing here? We're gonna discard a card from our hand and yoink a monster. Okay. We have access to Stratos and Liquid Soldier. Don't really do anything here. Sending the Weathering. Come forth, Liquid Soldier. We will be able to proc the Weathering and put another body. More generic rank 5s would be nice. Yeah, I suppose. Rank 5s, there aren't a lot of decks that can very easily go into rank 5, so Vimena is probably fine. Probably fine. Taking out the Skull King will give us our Fossil Fusion back. Is the Fossil the best deck? Well, we're hoping to see here, aren't we? It is tied 1-1. Shoma had a very strong game 1 and just sort of got controlled game 2. We are on the back burner a bit here. Attacking into the Liquid. We will pop one of the back rows in response. Good joke. Oh, right. No, Cyber Dragon. Yeah, Cyber Dragon could absolutely make it for sure. And that is something to keep in mind, like, as a potential concern. But with Sidra so out of the meta, is it a problem? Probably not. The only thing I could think of is they might not want Cyber Dragon to be the premier way to go into it and like overshadow Chronomaly. It kind of looks bad. But then again, on the other hand, who cares? Give us Infinity. That is not happening. Lancia for the second time shutting us down. Really unfortunate for Shoma. No, Infinity, like, I legitimately do not think there's any way you could add Infinity to the game outside of something very specific, like it gets added to your extra deck on like your third turn, and only if your deck started with like 10 Cyber Dragon monsters or something. You would have to basically stop people from being able to splash it in any deck, and you would need to make it not be able to be made turn 1. Power Arthur, thank you so much for continuing that subscription, my friend. That support means a lot to me. Thank you very much. Setting 2 back row, hoping, well, one of these is going to be a bluff. The game will reach a point where he can come. You say that, but keep in mind that single negates have consistently been too powerful for Duel Links. So I'm not sure that I necessarily agree. Keep in mind that the whole fundamental nature of Duel Links is such that the power of a card like an Omni Negate is amplified like multiple times. You can see him coming this year. You're joking, right? I mean, do I also, hello, super polymerization is going to allow us to duck out of this TTH. Likely going to be going into a Shining here. But yeah, Not only does Cyber Dragon and Infinity allow you an Omni Negate on every turn, do we need to forget the part where you get to just yoink your opponent's monsters? Once per turn, just good suck an opponent's monster? Do I think that Absolute Zero would make Heroes tier 1? Well, Heroes are already good. Would it make Heroes tier 1? I mean, it's a really... Raigeki upon being removed from the field. Okay, it might force people to go Compulse instead of IDP if it became a big deal. I mean, it would definitely boost Heroes a significant amount, like undisputedly so. But I do believe there are also answers in the meta for that specifically. Would it push it to tier 1? That's a good question. Maybe. I think there's a good chance. Any deck can use it? What, Absolute Zero? How is any deck making Absolute Zero? Will say one thing I have noticed specifically from having been playing a little bit of Master Duel lately, I actually have grown an appreciation for the many different ways that heroes do get played in Duel Links compared to how they do in Master Duel. And what I mean by that is that each of the hero decks approach the deck from a different angle, highlight different boss monsters and the like in a way that is actually really fun. I played against several hero matchups where like the hero end board is just like the same and it's not interesting. I don't know. I'm not trying to turn this into specifically like a rant between the two different styles or the two different games, and you can include TCG in this as well. Like, don't get me wrong, the new support for heroes is absolutely cracked, or not cracked, but it's very nice. It puts the deck in a much better position. But yeah, I don't know. I was activating Ice Dragon's Prison. We're gonna get Banishin on both of these rock type monsters. Unlucky. And passing back to Ritz. One card, one draw. Elemental Hero Stratos, activating to destroy that back row. It is a Crackdown. We will go to battle here. It is a Shell Knight, correctly calling it. Shell Knight will activate, bringing Gaia Plate to the field. And that will end the turn. Back to Shoma. Gaia Plate demands its sacrifice. Hello, Curry. Dark World Dealings, YOLOing to draw. Unfortunately, did not draw into anything. Had he drawn into a Weathering or a Shell Knight, would have been in a much better position. We will proceed to the battle phase. It is a Book of Moon. That's probably game. Normal summoning elemental heroes, activating our hero alliance. We go for the Miracle Fusion. Penguin set. Yeah. It was definitely Penguin. And fossils will fall. Very good game, though. Definitely gave heroes a run for the money. Oh my god. Get into the goddamn game. Alright, round one just about done. We do have a match going to probably going to time here.
Duel.
Oh, we have Kata. One back row and a Requiem. We're going to go ahead and just flood the... Okay. Well, we were about to shut down our opponent, but Shadow Imprisoning Mirror will instantly meet the face down MST. World Legacy Secrets, Forbidden Lance will negate. Moving for absolutely no reason. That's okay. Monster move. We're going to be able to bring out the Purple Nightfall, forcing the back row. It is a Wings get boosted. We're going to go ahead and add a copy of Blue to hand. Attaching another material, attempting to activate. We just instantly get negated. Do we have good decks that negate back row? Technically DDD. Break Sword. Gonna get pop in, but we have a World Legacy Memory. This will get negating. All right, looks like round number one has ended, so we're going to go ahead and let the Discord know. Round two has begun. This will be 4 rounds, top 16, 3 X and 2 will top. Full armor, get poppin'. Our opponent's going to be able to float here, but that's okay. We can take care of it. Come forth. Cypher Blade, get poppin'. Attack, 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 and lethal. Mech Knight's coming back to defeat PK in game number 3. Well done. Okay, we will be moving on to round number 2. Thank you for your patience, guys. You hate Mech Knights, even in their weakened states. I definitely don't mind Mech Knight anywhere as much as I did before. They're fine now. I mean, they're a good deck, and obviously their Floodgate is very strong, but I don't mind it. I don't know. No hope, only Yu-Gi-Oh! Is there any difference between that and despair? We will have our first matchup in just a moment, guys. Please bear with me. Skeleton King, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you, my friend. That's very kind of you. I'm very disappointed nobody entered with Time Lords, though. Come on, guys. What are you doing? You had one job. Time Lords after New Box Trust? I mean, sure, but like, what was wrong with specifically entering with the meme stall deck version? The stall burn, rather. We just haven't. I mean, the deck actually, the deck's actually not that bad, if I'm being real with you. Obviously, it's more of a ladder killer than a tournament deck, but it's pretty funny. All right, people will be go ahead and get our first match going. Do we have any spicy? Well, I mean, we know we have some spicy games, but see if we can find one to watch. That we haven't already watched, rather. You know, I would just like to point out that Refresh, after having been playing Starry Night for a couple tournaments, enters a tournament playing a meta deck, and he's currently 0-1. Coincidence? I think not. Return to Starry, Refresh.
Duel.
All right, Zaga Zaga representing Dark Magician gang, currently going first. I believe both of these players are 1-0. Yes, both these players won in the previous round. Magical Circle, searching, finding a Dark Magician off of the top. We will set to and pass. Purple Nightfall activating. This is going to allow us to get into a copy of Blue Sky. Blue Sky will be able to draw 2 here. Or search 2. I keep saying draw 2. You know what I mean. Hey, no falling asleep. Come on. Blue Sky activating. We're gonna go ahead and get yoinking. This will still search for us though, won't it? This feels like a misplay, right? We're still gonna search. Still gonna search too. We are big thonking about this one. Yeah, I really don't like Crackdown in Dark Magician. I kind of disagree with the choice of its inclusion. What is that emote? That's just like an error text? Alright, so we're gonna... I mean, we already had a column anyway, so this really doesn't matter. Valk, did you share a dual room here? What's going on? We will go ahead and put the Dark Magician's face down so that we do not draw. Still have 2 columns to work with. We searched for Red Moon as well. Ripple back row here. Ties that bind will allow us to get over the Dark Magician. But we will not do that. Instead, we will simply pass back to our opponent. The Dark Magicians flipping face up once again. Magical Circle activating off of this normal summon. Nadia on the Dark Magicians to once again ensure that they will not get a much needed draw. Still a nice 2-for-1 trade here. No objects, please. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and float into the Nightfall. Nightfall. Get Banishan. Why do mechs play Canadia now? Because they lost the ability to play limit 3s. So their traps of choice have gone back to Book of Moon Canadia for their disruption. Basically, they're just looking to buy time long enough to make their aggressive plays. Alrighty, we're gonna go ahead and pop the circle. Rank up even further into the Cipher Blade. Taking out the Dark Magicians, gonna get floating here. Hello, Hexa. Welcome, welcome. Yes, Mech Knights, both of these players currently undefeated. However, the Mech Knight player, this is Playmaker EY, currently in the lead. Or at least looks to be in the advantageous position. Looks like we do have the Apprentice Illusion get boosted. One Dark Magician Girl and a Dream. What would be the best top deck here? Magicalized Fusion? Nadia, number 3. Get flippin'. All right, game number 1 going to Playmaker. Kindly do not cheer the loss for Dark Magician. They tried their best, and they will have a chance to come back here. You sent a funny way to summon Quasar to the Discord. Let me go take a quick look here. We are inceptioning here. Okay. Ah, yes. You merely need to play lefty driver, righty driver, as well as, what is that? That's, not Lavels, but, oh, is it Lavels? Let's see if I can show this really quickly. Play capture. All right, so we have righty driver, or is that lefty? Righty driver, molten convection field, and rekindling. So righty into lefty into Goyo Defender. Gonna bring it out another Goyo Defender. Dumping to the graveyard, rekindling. Go into Coral Dragon, and then into shooting Quasar. Nice.
Duel.
All right. Dark Magician going first once again, looking like we are going down the Dimension Conjurer route, adding a copy of Magical Dimension 2. No, Mimir, thank you very much. Thank you. No, Mimir, no Bedge. Thank you for sharing that theoretical replay, though. I do appreciate it. Anybody experimenting with that kind of stuff is appreciated, because you never know when... Wait. I don't think I actually ever ran into this myself, but it's wild to me that how many restrictions Magical Dimension has. Light Imprisoning Mirror will shut down the Purple Nightfall effect. DM is using the Shiranui strategy. Okay, I do want to push back on that a little bit. You do realize that's because they went first, right? When DM has the opportunity to go second, they tend to play actually fairly aggressively. But I'm not sure exactly what kind of aggression you expect on turn 1. If anything, Dark Magician are actually much less of an offensive situation compared to Shiranui, because Shiranui never, I mean, unless you were talking specifically about like the combo version that happened to like YOLO mill a bunch of like with grass or whatever, like typically speaking, Shiranui did not have an aggressive turn 1. Oh, this is not good. We know one of these is nothing. So, not exactly a good position to be in here. We need to get to either our Dark Magician or to our Apprentice Illusion Magician before we're going to be able to make any serious plays at this point. Unlucky. All right, going into Link Disciple. Getting another much needed draw. I always hate Dark Magician. I'd happily give my life to see Dark Magician dying. Unlucky. Okay. Playmaker winning game number 2 for a swift, fake quotation marks swift 2-0 victory. Well done. Let us go watch Shoma again with his Fossil Giga Chad deck. We're going to start off with the replay before going to the live game. We have Shoma at the bottom. We got Che at the top. Who do you root for? I mean, obviously fossils. We're going to go ahead and activate Weathering Soldier, discarded off of the Dark World dealings. Fossil Fusion, going to allow us to go into the Fossil Warrior Skull King. Actually, isn't this kind... I mean, okay. We're just going to be able to yoink our opponent's monster, right? Seems like we don't care about doing that. Okay. I love that we put this guy into defense just because we were apparently that scared. Rack down, get yoinkin'. Triple back row in the back. Miracle Rupture. Sending a Shell Knight. Shell Knight activating. Come forth. Gaia Plate. We're going to go to battle. Taking back our Phantom Knight of Breaksword. It will get floating. Book of Moon to protect, and we don't attack with... Oh, we couldn't attack with the other. Nightmare Phoenix. Nightmare Phoenix discarded. It is a Book of Moon. We're going to book ourselves to make sure that our opponent will be unable to lethal us. If Dark Magician has million number of haters, I am one of them. If Dark Magician has 10 haters, I am one of them. If Dark Magician have only one hater, and that is me. If Dark Magician has no haters, that means I am no more of this earth. If world against Dark Magician, I am the world. I hate Dark Magician till my last breath. Die hard hater of Dark Magician. Hit like if you think Dark Magician cringest glue eater deck. Okay. I am sure that you wrote that yourself and did not copy paste that from anywhere. Those are your actual personal thoughts and feelings on the deck.
Duel.
Alrighty. Shoma going first once again. Activating our skill. We're going to go ahead and Miracle Rupture as our follow-up. Sending Weathering Soldier. Weathering Soldier going to be able to grab us a copy of a Fossil Fusion. Or one card that lists it if you wanted, but probably Fossil Fusion. No, grabbing a Miracle Rupture, okay. Already had Fossil Fusion, so this will be the follow-up play. Shoma is in the best moment of his career. He's unstoppable. He's doing and happening. He's flying high like a bird. There's no way he can lose this duel. And Radon to the field, setting one back row. Mystical Space Typhoon on Treacherous Trap Hole, a combo as old as time itself. Shoma deck list where? Would you like me to just show you his deck list like right now? Just yeah. Let me go ahead and go to the chat, see if Shoma's okay with that. Your opponent may get valuable information from this, but are you okay with it? One moment. 1 second on the breakdown, Curry. Let me go ahead and get that updated. Edit. Breakdown. Shoma told you it's fine. Interesting. No problem. I will take this opportunity while we go through the PK line, by the way. Excuse me. If you have not already done so, do consider joining our Discord for the Grand Prix. This week we have put up the tournaments that we are going to be doing. However, hello Wills. However, we will be having one additional tournament this week. It just hasn't been announced yet. We are basically waiting for confirmation on the new box. We will be, this is a Duel Links meta event, but I'm also gonna advertise my own stuff. Come on now. We will be having an additional tournament for the new box, either Friday, depending on when the box releases. If it's going to be a morning box, it will be on Friday for the new one. Are we edging right now? No, we're not. You are lying right now. Or if it's a late Friday box, then it will be on Sunday. So we will have a new box tournament either Friday or Sunday. Aside from that, please do consider joining our other events in the meantime. And back to the Meta Weekly. All right, double back row. We have stolen one of our opponent's monsters. What did we discard for it? We discarded Shell Knight. Okay, okay. That's actually pretty good. We were able to get the Golem off of that. Please no box this month. Luna, is there something you'd like to talk about? Do you have something against the box? I want to buy my box of ramen for the month. Well, okay, about that. You only want Quasar? Nothing else interests you, Lightsworn? One negate down, one to go. Ooh, Fossil Fusion. We can theoretically go for a Envoy here? Or no, I think that's only opponent's monster, right? So no Skull Convoy. Oh no, wait, we can. What's the requirements again? Just level 7 or higher monster. For some reason I thought it was opponent. Get Reducin. However, problem. Book of Moon will keep this from being successful. Shoma very smartly did not put his other monsters into attack position, as that would have been, you would either had to have crashed or it would have been lethal. Hello, Requiem. We are doing quite well. Thank you so much for asking. Here today with the Meta Weekly. Every single week, bro. I do appreciate each and every one of you for showing up today and showing support. I've actually been very delighted. So very recently we have been, or not, I shouldn't say we. I've actually been getting messages from a couple people who have been noticing my Discord. I don't really, or not Discord, YouTube. So right now, all my YouTube is the tournament VODs and ladder streams. It basically got like next to no views. You know, as you might expect, because who wants to watch like 5-hour VODs? But I've made a very specific effort to upload every single one of the tournament VODs just to create that, because if anyone who doesn't know me, one of the things that I find very important is the history of the game, basically the history of our tournaments, the history of what we have done as a community. And that's one of the reasons I've been so focused on actually continuing to basically do this, do like the Meta Weekly, host my own events, etc. I've actually been getting a lot of people recently messaging and being like, hey, I've actually finally, you know, I discovered that you did this and I didn't realize that the Meta Weekly was still happening and that there were VODs for it and the like. Wait. Okay, well, we're committing Sudoku. Okay. Unlucky. But yeah, so getting those messages from people basically being like, hey, like, I'm so glad that you're still doing this, has made me very happy. I'll actually be right back, guys. What would the cancel video be for this time, Curry? And unfortunately, it does look like that was actually game 3 and they just didn't report it. So Che does win. Unlucky. I'm pretty sure this would be like the third or fourth time you've attempted to cancel me. I mean, whether or not I deserve it, obviously, that's for other people to decide. All right, now I'll be right back, guys. All right. Almost had it, hero. Red Moon, get poppin'. We are going to be able to take out the elemental hero Neos. Miracle Fusion, 1 back row remains to interrupt us here. Warning Point will keep us from being able to attack, however. Unable to take out the Morning Star as we are in a different column. Link Disciple, get us that card draw. We will then link off into a Nightmare Unicorn going after that back row. No. Sorry, we attacked the monster. Clears the board and back to Ritz. Do we even have a comeback here? We do not. Shu will win in a 2-0 victory. Well done. And I believe this will push us into round 3. Yes, indeed. Let me go ahead and notify the Discord. All right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and push the ad break now while we wait for matches to start so we will not get interrupted. So just stick around for a moment and we will be right back.
Duel.
Alrighty. We have Jagannatha versus David Magri. Both of these players are undefeated. It does look like David will be going first here. Now, David lately has been on Salamangreat Code Talker, a deck that he personally has been, I wouldn't say championing, because obviously he has acknowledged that the deck has some clear weaknesses, especially in the current meta in many situations. That said, he is obviously doing exceptionally well with it in many of the events that he has been entering. The issue is going to be, can we get to our disruption? This deck really wants to get to Decode Talker with one monster on the board, so you can then go further into your Firewall Dragon for the bounce, but the question is whether or not we can actually get there. Searching for a copy of Sign It, Mining, discarding what? This hand was not very good. We are able to get to the Gazelle. Into Decoded Talker, or rather, we will see that our monster went to the graveyard, so Gazelle should be able to activate, right? Yes, indeed. Gazelle activating, able to get to the field. Alright, so we might just stay here, have the negate, and get into another negate, but we are going to go into the Firewall Dragon. We're going to be able to activate our trap to get into our shooting code, which will give us access to our Firewall Bounce now. One back row as well. Ideally, that would be something like a cross wipe, but it remains to be seen. All right. Passing to Jagannatha. Unfortunately, this line of play might be unavoidable for David. So Breaksword will obviously demand an answer, which Firewall will be the first of. However, as we have not activated our skill yet, or did we? No, we have not activated our skill yet. But regardless, we're going to be able to use our boots to get another body on the field. So this will require one more form of interruption. We do have the cross wipe. We're going to be able to get popping here. However, I think, unfortunately, we're still going to be able to extend Nope. Okay, never mind. I take that back. Had we had access to 2 Phantom Knight spell traps, or at least 1 monster and a Phantom Knight spell trap, we could have dumped a Stained Greaves and then Stained Greaves to get onto another body onto the board. But thankfully, it appears that we did not have the ability to do so. Lady Debug, about as good as you can hope for a top deck. Gonna activate adding a microcoder. No further plays to make, though. We're fairly limited on our extra deck at this point. We will just go to combat. Getting in for 17, and there is the Compulse. Get bouncing. Shooting code will draw us 1. There should be no realistic way for Juggernaut to come back from this. One of these we know is a bluff. Now it could be an IDP, which would be a worst case scenario. We are going to go for the lockdown here, discarding Gazelle. There is still a delay, so there's a good possibility that we hit the wrong one here. Jaguar to the field. Foul to the field. We now know we already know what that is, so we no longer... Pochi. All right, Decode Talker to the field. Microcoder going to be able to search us probably our back door. Yes, indeedy. Worst case, once again, is going to be another IDP, but does not appear to be the case. And despite having a subpar opening hand, David will win game number 1. Well done. We will come back to this match, but I'm going to dip out so we can watch a different one. Hello, Resaline. Appreciate you joining us. Thank you again for helping me out last night. I do appreciate that. Unfortunately, no Time Lords entered today. And I do apologize, guys. I am also sneaking my dinner here as well, so I should be done in just a few. Vinny, thank you so much for the follow. That's right, we're back with vampires. Taking out the rescue rabbit, but that's okay. We're gonna Summoner's Art for the Qliphort Scout. Scout activating. Gonna go ahead and grab ourselves our Monolith. We can then Summoner's Art a second time. Volflame to the hand. Volflame scaled. Get poppin'. Grabbing ourselves a copy of the Metal Foes Fusion, which we will promptly use to go into a Mithrilium. Metal Foes Fusion drawing us a card. We're then gonna recycle 2 to get bouncing. Scaling the Stealin'. We're gonna be able to use our Pendulum Change Basic, grabbing ourselves a copy of Gold Driver, which we will then scale. Pendulum Summoning 1 and 2. We will then go into a Security Dragon that will trigger Mithrilium, bringing a body back onto the field. Come forth, Imduck. Get bouncing. We will go further beyond into Ningirsu. That will be lethal. Game number 1, Alessio absolutely dominating that match despite getting interrupted on his normal summon. Very good. We will go to game number 2. Vampires, what the heck is 2019? Is it 2019? Well, okay, look. After watching the kid and 1 or 2 other people do exceptionally well with Vendread, just because people were taking old decks and exploring them in new ways, specifically with like stuff like the link mechanics, in addition to the new support they got. I personally have no problem with people trying to make old decks work with the new stuff. And I don't think anyone should be afraid of doing the same. So, exploring if we can make vampires work, hey, why not? Works for me. Alrighty, we have lethal on the board once again. And I very much doubt Cole is playing hand traps. Valk, of course. I have no restrictions on such things. Please feel free. And in commanding fashion, Alessio very swiftly showing that one of the main problems with vampires is if they do not open a one of their best starter cards, such as Samurai Skull, they basically can't do anything. They're very easily disrupted in that way. Unlucky. That's the best / worst thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! You have an eternal format, so you can play old decks with new stuff, but then you get bad support for bad archetypes, and it's a wasted slot in packs. I don't know how I feel about that, actually. Like, the question of whether or not support is bad is entirely up to Konami to decide, right? Like, realistically speaking, like, the onus should be on Konami to not make bad support for old decks, make good support. I understand not everything can always be a banger, but, you know, you can at least try. I'm just a fan of rotation, so bad stuff is printed a lot less and we get cool new stuff. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, isn't part of the reason for rotation so that you can just print the same stuff again? Like and I'm not saying this is not me making a judgment call about whether it is better or not. But for example, in Magic, when they do new stuff and it's like, you know, how many versions of like a 2/2 bear monster can you get? It's like, well, okay, cool. Another 2/2 bear. Well, okay then. Just get OTK'd, idiot. That's why Pokemon is so affordable versus others. Okay, but let's be honest, damn it, Marco. If Yu-Gi-Oh was in a rotation format, you would just have like Konami would probably do something like, okay, so you have your commons, your uncommons, your rares, your super rares, your secret rares, your ultra rares, your secret rares, and they'd probably introduce like 2 or 3 new rarities that is like, this card is 1 per case. Imagine, okay, you have rotation, but staple cards are now ghost rares. And you need, that's just Konami being an awful company. The same could be said for now. Like, how many reprints of Forbidden Droplets did they do? And it like didn't change the price at all. It was like, oh cool, you came out with you put the droplets into the water set. Guess what? The Forbidden Droplets were still like $50 each. I mean, technically, yes, it did lower the price a little bit, but you get what I mean, where it's like, couldn't you have just like put like a common version of that in a starter deck or something? The price of staples is completely in Konami's hands. Yu-Gi-Oh is only good for marketing and that's all? Wait, what? I'm not sure I understand what you mean, Elmaz. But what do you mean for marketing? You mean like marketing the shows? Galaxy Eyes OTK, baby. You thought Galaxy Eyes was gone. Wrong. All right, game number 3. Both of these players are undefeated, by the way. Whoever wins will guarantee themselves a spot in the top 16. Yu-Gi-Oh! Sells less cards than Magic the Gathering and Pokemon. I'm actually curious about the Magic the Gathering part now, because like Magic has like really burned bridges with its players, especially with releasing like, I don't know, 100 sets a year now, or whatever the hell it is they're doing. I absolutely believe Pokemon sells more though. All right, triple back row. Good luck, gamer. Dark Magician to the field. We do have the ability to potentially OTK here. Activating Secrets of Dark Magic to dodge the Canadia, going into Dark Magicians. Attacking in and passing back to Shu. Blue Sky, allowing us to search for 1. Purple Nightfall, get Banishing. We're going to be able to go into our Red Moon to the field. We will then go into Cypher Dragon. Oh, what is that back row? What is that delay? Why didn't... Am I missing something? Why didn't we go for lethal? Huh? What? All right. Shu winning game number 3. So we missed going back to David's game. He did end up winning 2-1 versus Jagannatha, which means he is 3-0, guaranteeing himself a spot in the top 16. Shu got hit with drowning in a war. You were in a got the drowning PTSD. All right, fair enough. I can respect that. All right, we're gonna watch a couple replays here.
Duel.
Alrighty. Book of Moon, attempting to put the opponent to face down. We will be unable to do so, but we do draw and set one. Will be activatable this turn. Book of Moon number 2, Ragged Gloves, dumping Cloak. Cloak searching us for a copy of Silent Boots, but that won't really do anything for us here. We do set one, normal summoning Dark Magician, attack in, and clearing the board, passing back the pilot. We're going to go ahead and dump Cloak. Cloak gets searching for the Ragged Gloves. Gloves to the field, special summoning. We will then go into the Break Sword. Do we have any interruption here? We do, in fact. Pompole sending him back to the extra deck, drawing into something that we cannot set. Unable to extend here. Book of Moon and Phantom Knight Wings. We are going to book. Shouldn't we have booked the Dark Magicians? Well, regardless, we are going to be able to beat over and put our opponent on only 2 cards. And game number 1 will go to Hans. Game number 2.
Duel.
Dark Magical Circle, finding Dark Magician off of the top. We will then go into a Necro Valley. Oh, that is just mean. We're going to go ahead and set 2 in the back row. Dark Magician to the field. Get Banishan. We do take out the copy of Stained Greaves. Using our skill, sending back Magical Dimension, getting ourselves a Conjure and Dark Magician for the following turn. Book of Moon number 2, and one more set. Magician's Magic is going to go ahead and add a copy of Secrets of Dark Magic. We will then go into Dimension Conjurer. We're going to use our Apprentice Illusion Magician to get a copy of Dark Magician. We will then attack in Book of Moon. That's fine. Magical Dimension will tribute it, going into a Dark Magician, activating Circle, get Banishan. It is a Book of Moon number 2, but that's also fine. That's even fine too, because we have Secrets of Dark Magician. You thought this was just Shiranui 2.0. I don't think so. Dark Magicians to the field, attack in, and lethal. Yeah, that's not Shiranui. Anyone who complains about Dark Magician and says, it's just Shiranui 2.0. Yeah, Shiranui. Let me see them do that. Hot take, I think the DSOD art is the best. You are absolutely wrong, Chromatus. That is like the worst art. All right, looks like round number 3 might be concluded. What is my favorite Dark Magician art? I will show you my favorite arts. Like, my absolute favorite is gonna be the 8th printing. My second favorite is probably the 9th or the 6th. Or the 2nd. The 2nd one's pretty good too. In order that I don't like them, number 1 would be the DSOD, the 7th printing. I do not like the first one very much, but I understand that it's iconic. You know what? Hot take. I also don't like the 5th one. And for anyone who's curious, this is the list I'm going off of. And we went through that entire round with me having the wrong round number. Whatever. We are in round number 4. The final round before top 16. Meta Weekly is almost always 4 rounds, Omaz. I believe it was like 41 today. Yeah, Valk, my personal favorite is number 8. Yes, Elmas, what can I do for you? Is there a guide to PKs? No, not really. I mean, not... The new stuff didn't really change it all that much, except that you... So, Hades, do you mean on the DLM website or in the Discord itself? Sakadetsu, no, unfortunately not. I was hoping, but it is what it is. Thank you. So to answer these questions, unfortunately, guides, how to put this? Guides, unfortunately, don't really get the attention that they should anymore. Like, there's kind of no incentive for people to make them like they used to. One of the things that we used to do on the DLM Discord was try and showcase the work of the experts. But with the decline specifically of the Duel Links Meta Discord, as with a Decade really not focusing on Duel Links anymore, and the subsequent reduction in overall specific activity there, the people who would normally be motivated to do guides are less incentivized to do so. Excuse me. I mean, I don't know. It is what it is. So at this point, the main way that you would find out how to play decks, at least in my opinion, is going to be either watching YouTube videos or tournament streams, or, excuse me, or specifically finding a streamer who's going to play the deck for you. The reality is, in general, and I kind of hate that this is the way of things. The actual harsh truth is that the amount of time, effort, energy, etc. that goes into the creation of a guide, it's really not justified. Like right now, you are seeing some people in Master Duel through the Master Duel Meta Discord making guides. The creation of a guide is always 100% going to be a passion project of somebody who really, really, really loves the deck. Because again, the amount of time and effort compared to how many people will actually click on the guide and get something from it, it's sad. It's just sad. Most of those guides just sit there and languish. I agree 100%, Hades. I personally, oh my god, it's a hell of an opener, my dude. Drawing 2, surely we will find, oh no, no interruption there. Okay, but it is card advantage. One of your first Master Duel decks was Code Talker because of the guide. Yeah, but here's the thing, Wandering. That's because you're a super fan. You may not feel like it, but compared to the vast majority of people who play any of the games, you're like in the top like 5%. The fact that you actually will seek out YouTube, well, I mean, not YouTube videos. Obviously, YouTube videos at this point, stuff like that is like the go-to. What was I gonna say? Anything that isn't like a YouTube video is basically like absolutely like the 5% of the player base is actually gonna seek it out. And again, that always made me really sad because I absolutely adore the amount of time, effort, and energy that went into the creation of a guide. The other problem, of course, is that keeping the guide up to date could be a bit of a chore, and that should not be discounted. Like, you always wanted to try and make the deck be as timeless as possible, but specifically in Duel Links, because of the nature of how quickly the meta shifted, especially when guides were more prominent than they have become, like the decks are almost, you know, incomparable to each other. Yeah, they have an identity, but they're so different. You have that problem still technically exists with something like Master Duel, but to a much lessened degree, because one, if you choose an archetype to make a guide out of, the odds of you getting any support for that archetype anytime soon are probably zero. If you do a Madolche guide, good luck. That thing will be feature complete for like the next 5 years until they decide to. Well, that might be a bad example because I actually don't know if they're getting any new support, but whatever. You know what I mean, right? We're basically, until they get whatever random. Glad you never did a Digibug guide. I mean, hear me out, Valk. When we get Registrider, you and I duo on a guide for Digibug. I will commit right now. We can duo that guide. We can even like split up the work. You can do the YouTube video for it, and I can do the most of the work on the written part itself or something. But yeah, at this point, your best bet is to just make like a quick like YouTube tutorial, basically, for a deck. Explain the archetype, show what the deck does, and offer some like generic lines or whatnot. Try and keep it as concise as possible, etc. But I got distracted. So yeah, like outside of any new support a deck getting in like Master Duel, the guide will be the only thing that will be different for the guide is specifically its matchups. Obviously that changes, but all you would have to do for that is just like keep your matchups as generic as possible. Like if the meta is full of floodgates, play this. If the meta is full of like combo decks, main these hand traps, etc. Look to see what new, if any, hand traps have been added to the game since this guide came out. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, you know what? They don't even have to give us Registrider. Just give us Galaxy Worm, damn it. Actually, I suppose Galaxy Worm is even more of an issue now, just because of the fact that it would make like instant Link 2s. Holy, we have actually found our way to lethal. Absolutely incredible. I kind of just talked over that, but unironically, that Metal Foes matchup was fire. Metal Foes is kind of a sleeper deck. I think it has really benefited from the shift in the overall meta. Hello, Icy. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing, my friend? I saw you were streaming earlier. Not gonna lie, I want to build Metal Foes, but I'm too poor. Yeah, that is one of the major downsides to the deck. Metal Foes and Dark Magician both deserved and were robbed of honorable mentions in the tier list update. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. The meta's kind of in a weird spot right now. Magician is not that good. Come on. I disagree. But to each their own. Oh, wait. Okay, you said Dark Magician. I thought you said Metal Foes as well. Metal Foes is absolutely a very good deck right now.
Duel.
Explain why? Because it can very efficiently beat Phantom Knights. If you can beat Phantom Knights, you have a place in the meta. What exactly does Phantom Knights do against Dark Magician? Like, realistically speaking. You're not sold on Phantom Knights as Soul Tier 1. I don't know if it ended up getting put into the tier list update, but so one comment that I saw David make was basically that, like, Phantom Knights is tier 1 and with no tier 2, not because of power level specifically, but purely based off of representation. And I think that is absolutely true. Phantom Knights is like one of the most beatable tier 1 decks in the game, but a lot of people are playing it because it's popular, they have it, it's strong and cheap. Like, if you go look at the top decks page and just look at representation wise, like, this is the top decks in order. Phantom Knight with 85 lists, Mech Knight with 29, Dark Magician with 26, Elemental Hero with 23, Salamangreat with 22, Odd Eyes with 15, Crusadia with 12, DDD with 11, Goki with 10. That's like, and then Madolche with 9. That's the top 10 decks. So if you look at that, like, if you were to make a tier list based off of just that, it would be Phantom Knights tier 1, like Mech Knight, Dark Magician, Heroes, Salamangreat, Odd Eyes tier 3, or something like that. Like, I also love pixels. I am watching my bitrate. Now it's I don't know what it is about my internet. My internet is fine, except every once in a while it'll just like crap out. I can stream at like, oh my god. So it's gonna do this for like a minute or so, and then it'll clean up and I won't have any issues for the rest of the stream. I really don't understand it. Why don't we play Black Wings? I do. No, I'm still here. Bitrate goes down when you start saying Dark Magician is good. Coincidence? That is a good point. And here we go. All the problems have been solved. The bitrate is climbing back up again. Apparently, the internet has been saved. Alrighty. The critical game number 3. Hans will be starting things off here. Our Arthur with the subscription. Thank you so much for the continued support, my friend. That means a lot to me. Thank you very much. Yo, what up? Okay. Am I still allowed to call you Senpapi? Or is that no longer allowed? Is it just Sen now? Only Sen, got it. Welcome, Sen. Thank you so much for joining us today, my friend. How did you do in the DC Cup? Where did you end up in the end? Were you at 40,000 Konami points? 50,000? Were we in the top 100? Xbox players rise up. No. If anything, you should know by now, Pablo, that Konami no longer considers Xbox players to be people. Oh my god, a nap sounds so good right about now. I have literally been getting like 5 to 5.5 hours sleep every night for like the last like 5 days straight. Literally, I've been getting home in the morning, just sitting down and just being like, I could sleep so easily right now. We don't need a tournament today, do we? Alrighty, 2 back row, up to and including our magical dimension, most likely. If I ever need you to stream a tourney, I mean, if I can figure out how to get my audio issues set up, I would absolutely do a co-cast, but yeah, of course, I would absolutely let us diversify. The Grand Prix shall grow. We do a sleeping tournament stream. So like, how do you lose? Do you have to like fess up if you wake up? Curry, that would require having the funds to do that. And the people to dedicate the time. That is not available to us here. Unlucky. Activating MST. We're going to go ahead and take out the Cleefort Scout. No search for you. You heard GG Torres looking upon... Yeah, we'll get right on that one. Yes, Elmaz, you there in the back. What is your question? All right, activating Metal Foes Fusion. We might be going for Mithrilium here. Get our bounce on. Whew. Excuse me. Is it possible to change the time of the Swiss tournament in the future? The EU changed time, and now you can't join. Well, were you able to join beforehand? Because our time changed too, so isn't your time simply changing to match our time? All right, targeting the magical dimension for the bounce, we will go ahead and do so here. I've been asking for a poll for years. Alien HR, we've been doing this for like 4 months. How can you have been asking for years? Yes, Quantum Cube. What can I do for you, sir? What is your question? We are going to be able to pop here. Popping the Mithrilium would allow us to float into... our gold driver. Can I do a serial tier list? I'm gonna keep it real with you. My serial tier list is gonna be probably one of the most disappointing you have ever seen. You are gonna be like big mad with my choices. The correct answer is cereal first, then milk, any other thing, and you are a lizard person masquerading as a human. Why is it doing this again? This is so stupid. Once again, we are going to be able to find lethal. Wait. Why no Ningirsu? Yeah, it has to be a timer issue. There is no reason to do it otherwise. That was like a desperation click. It's unlucky. It has to be the timer. Activating Secrets of Dark Magic here. Do we have magicalized? Yes. Okay. Banish 1 and 2 into a second copy of the Dark Magicians. This should be lethal. Draw 1. Is the fusion draw effect soft or hard? No, it's a hard once per turn. If you get a second copy of Metal Foes Fusion in the graveyard, you can't activate it. Alrighty. Looking like we have one match left in the round before the top 16. Unfortunately, it is going to be a Phantom Knight mirror match. The dark it's a soft, so you can draw off of each of them. Sorry for misunderstanding. I thought you meant the Metal Foes Fusion for some reason. You got it.
Duel.
All right. We do have a mirror match here. As I mentioned, we have Gandia at the bottom. It is 4 rounds today. All right, activating Book of Moon, ensuring no play here. Leviair with an Cosmic Cyclone. The Lance, not really going to do anything here. Not all that much anyways. Adds a Ragged Glove. We're going to go ahead and go into Break Sword. This will be able to force out the other back row, but it is a Book of Moon, forcing us to just pass. We will special summon the Boots, go into the Greaves. Get Babustin. Wings will keep the Break Sword from popping and able to get into the Rebellion Dragon for the negate. But that's okay. We have access to another one. Get poppin'. Our own Break Sword is going to activate here and help us wall up. Fourth, Rebellion Dragon. We're going to be able to get Reducin, get Baboostin. Activating our rank up launch into our Requiem. We will then be able to clear the opponent's entire board, and good luck gamer, 2 negates. Not spectating you from the ground up makes you sad. I'm sorry. I'm always trying to find the spice, or what is new and in the moment. So obviously with Dark Magicians being one of the newest decks, I am trying to showcase that because that's probably what people are going to be interested in. Had we had something like Time Lords, I probably would have been stocking them every round. You sort of have to try and build a narrative with your tournament, and while your deck is particularly neat, Joshy, outside of being tipped off about a particularly like crazy game, I'm gonna get to a match like that only if there's not something like particularly spicy for us to be watching. Let me see. Okay, so Anova and Gandia are going to be the X2s that make it today, so let me let them know. Gandia and Anova, you topped X2. And your undefeateds for today were David Magri, La La La, and Seva Thubby. Congratulations to you guys. Very strong performance. We have hit the button. The top 16 has begun. What decks? I will have the breakdown for you in just a few, my friend. Does it go off game for which X2s make it? So if you are curious how anything with tiebreakers work, the number one tiebreaker is what are the records of people that you beat? What are records of the people that you lost against? So for example, if you go X2 and your wins were round 1 and round 2, and then you lost round 3, round 4, if the person you beat round 1 ends up going like 3-1, that's very good for you, because that means that their only loss was to you. If the person you beat goes like 0-4, that's very bad for you, because that means that that means that you beat somebody that got no wins. If your losses in round 3 is to somebody who goes 4-0, that's very good for you as far as a loss. If your loss in round 3 is to somebody who goes, well, I guess in that, so if you lose round 1 to somebody who ends up going like 1-3 and you're their only win, then that's very bad. So I hope that explains it to you. Technically, there's more to the tiebreakers. There's what's called, so it does your win record, your opponent's win record that you beat, your opponent's win record that you lost to, then like it does like opponents of opponents, and then like opponents of opponents of opponents. Basically, it just looks at it's like a minuscule fraction of a difference between some people sometimes. Let me see if I can actually bring up an example of it. It's actually really interesting. So if you look at the tiebreakers, like I'm going to go ahead and bring up an example here. Yeah, Penn Mason, a lot of that is actually it used here too. In fact, like specifically the head-to-head. So you can see here the difference between Gandia and Darkness Light. So they both won the same number of sets, which is going to be your matches. So the system goes, okay, move to the next one. So it goes opponent send win percentage. So it sees here that of all of Gandia's opponents, they had a 65% win rate. And with Darkness Light, his opponents had a 61.67% win rate. Okay. Had those been tied, they would have gone to opponents of opponents set win percentage and compared the two. And then if that didn't, then it would go to the next one. If you ever want to see that yourself, you can go to the brackets and there is an option to show tiebreakers, so you can see the tiebreakers yourself. Yes, thank you, Resaline. Also, Valk, I don't have the bracket up yet. Let me go ahead and grab that. So as Resaline said, what matters is not the number of games won, but matches won. A 2-0 and a 2-1 victory are identical as far as the system is concerned. We do not care if you give up a game. We care if you give up matches. Edit com bracket. Is there actually a Pixel Harrier? Did you add this Quantum? Oh my god. Oh, why? God damn it, why? Oh, I do not appreciate what you just did to me. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and get a match started, and then once I do, I'm gonna go ahead and do the breakdown. So please bear with me, guys. Sorry, by the way, Kexiled. I didn't mean to ignore you. Thank you so much for joining us here today. We are doing quite well. The tournament has been going
Duel.
pretty decently. Thank you so much for asking. Alrighty. Quantum, I just want you to understand I will never forgive you for what you have done here today. Alrighty, Noble Dragon Magician, allowing us to go into the Odd Eyes. Going into Roach, very good use of our resummon effect. Activating Book of Moon, allowing us to Spiral Flame Strike, searching for a copy of Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon, or Arc Pendulum rather. We're going to go ahead and pend for 1. Rekka 46 or 467, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you. Very kind of you. All right, 2 back row. We are going in to combat. We're going to activate Ring of Destruction. This will take out the Roach, ensuring that we can no longer stop the special summon plays. And as we know, Aaron... Do we know what Aaron's on? I don't think we've watched him. He's... Getting in for 2,500, putting Aaron down at 550. We will go to the end phase. Pass back to you. Well, I mean, yes, it should be obvious. Yes, he's on Mech Knight. All right, and I do apologize, guys. I am gonna go quiet here for a moment while I do the breakdown. Oh, I think Resoline's gonna like this. Resoline, are you still here? What are you fond of saying? And I quote, respect DDD. I'm just not talking, I'm sorry. I did mention that I was doing the breakdown. Yeah, Mech Knight. Mech Knight 5, Phantom Knight 4, DDD 3, Dark Magician 2, Odd Eyes 1, and Salamangreat Code Talker at 1. Did you miss Top Cut Breakdown? Literally just yes. I will share it one more time just for you, Elsune. The crazy part, Wandering, is going to be the fact that while it has still been doing well, it's just a little bit more represented here today specifically. How many noids? 0. So I will say, some people, how to put this, there has been some talk that maybe tournaments with, say, 50 people are quote-unquote, like, not good tournaments. To that of which I do want to push back a little bit. The main thing you're going to be missing out on with tournaments with less people in them is not the quality of the deck or the player. It is going to be specifically the representation of decks. If you reach a certain amount, there is a strong possibility that certain decks that should be represented will not be. However, and I just want to, I really need to make this point. In something like the Meta Weekly, if you have, say, 50 people, which is about what we get on average, okay? 4 rounds. If somebody wins the Meta Weekly, they have to win either 16 games or to play 24 games total. If a person 2-0s every single opponent, that means that it takes 8 games to win your Swiss rounds. You at 10 games in top 16, 12 in top 8, 14 in top 4, and in the grand finals, that would be 16 games total. You may, however, win 2-1, in which case you will play a minimum, or a maximum rather, of 24 games, okay? So realistically speaking, in a tournament setting where you are doing Swiss into Top Cut, you will face typically between 16 and 24 games, okay? I don't care who or what you are. If you put up that many W's and play through that many games, you are a good player playing a good deck. That is how you won that particular tournament. And anyone who says anything otherwise is talking nonsense. For comparison, let's say that you were to enter, I don't know, a tournament a tournament that is single elimination, best of 3 with, I don't know, 196 players or something of that nature. For you to win that tournament, it is going to be a total of 8 matches. Which means that for you to win that one, it would be 16 games or up to 24. The exact same number as a 50-person Swiss tournament. Because Swiss rounds add extra amount of required wins for you to win that tournament. Now, this is even more apparent if you were to do something like, I don't know, a best of 1 tournament where you maybe play 7 games total. And so to win out the entire tournament, instead of needing to win 16 games, you only need to win 7. But the numbers in that situation are better for representation as opposed to quality of player or deck. TLDR, almost any tournament, if it has a certain number of rounds and games played, is going to be representative of quality players and quality decks. The only time that I think you start to get into a situation where maybe it's an issue is if you go under like 32 players. If you can at least do the like 3 rounds into a top 8 or something, or top 16, I don't know, whatever. You need there is a critical threshold, but it is relatively small. I don't know. Anyways, I just had to rant a little bit. On to game number 3. Oh no, and I completely understand the people who do have grievances outside of that, but I just want to stress once again, if a tournament has at least in the neighborhood of like 50 people, it is absolutely, undeniably a representation of the meta in some way, shape, or form. There are so many small tournament creators out there. One of my personal favorite tournament creators, who is Quantum Cubes, his tournaments will typically be between like 60 and maybe 65 people. That is an awesome number of people to get a representation of the meta. And I refuse to accept any disagreement on that point. Anyways, I'm sorry about that, guys. Game number 3, we are under the effects of the World Legacy Secret. Deathroy, you are one of the most vocal haters. I understand and accept it. Link to Quantum's tournaments? Absolutely. Give me 1 second and I will grab you a Discord link to one Mr. Cubes. Why do we consider representation over power into Yu-Gi-Oh? So this is actually a very simple thing, Fire. Ask yourself, what is a meta? Like, and I don't mean this like facetiously. Actually ask yourself, what is a meta game? A meta game is the decks that are in the meta and how they interact with one another. Okay? You can have decks that exist, like right now, Harpies exist in Duel Links. Are they part of the meta? No. Why? Is it because of the strength of the deck? Absolutely not. You can absolutely take Harpies onto the ladder, into a tournament, and probably even beat people with it. The reason we do not consider it part of the meta is because of its representation. If you go into a tournament, you are essentially never going to see a Harpy player. It may happen. You can run into anything. But when you plan for your games, when you plan your side deck, when you practice playing your deck, you're not sitting there asking yourself, how do I counter Harpies? What do I do against a Harpy board, etc.? Because there's no point, because you're not going to play them. And again, if you do, that happens, you always run into random rogue nonsense, but you do not waste the time, effort, and energy playing against Harpy. So to go back to what your question was, why do we consider representation? Because people, as a general rule, tend to gravitate towards what they perceive to be the best decks in the meta, right? Very few people say, I do not want to play a good deck. Now, what they view as the best deck in the meta maybe is going to change. Maybe you're like, I just can't handle combo decks, so I'm going to play a back row deck, right? What if a deck does well against most of the meta, but it's hard to play or expensive? Then again, okay, so two things about that. In the scenario that you're talking about, when you reach a certain echelon of players, of which Duel Links tournament players tend to be overall, price doesn't matter. The whales will get a hold of the cards regardless. It doesn't matter how expensive they are. One of the most, an example in the TCG is going to be like DAD format, Dark Armed Dragon. That deck was beyond stupidly expensive, right? Like it was, if I remember correctly, wasn't like one of the cards like specifically it was like one of the virus cards. It was like a prize card or whatever, and it cost like a ton of money. But it didn't matter because people Zoo Core was like 1,000, sure, but I'm talking even above and beyond that. It doesn't matter though, because you will have people who will, yeah, Crush Card Virus, thank you. You would absolutely have people. Okay, this isn't gonna matter. We still have lethal here. All right, well done, Josh. But anyways, sorry, I lost track for a moment there. So the only other point that you're talking about is gonna be the quote unquote too difficult to play. Now that is technically a legitimate argument. Every single time. God damn it. I hate everyone and everything. Oh, I'm so glad I started recording these so that when I upload to YouTube, it's not like the pixelated nonsense. Well, train of thought completely derailed. I do apologize, everyone. Full transparency, my every once in a while, for whatever reason, my internet just like craps the bed. Like, and it's not even like with some regularity. I literally don't know what was causing it. We literally pay for like the best internet in our area. Like, we're talking like stupidly fast internet. And just every once in a while, it'll just like, oh, you know what? We're going to stop working. So I do appreciate your understanding, and just know that if it happens, we will immediately be back, get everything under control, and move on. So Deathroy, like, what exactly do you think I'm like browsing that I need that kind of business class internet? No, so I live in a roommating situation, and so a lot of data does get used. Like, I would not be surprised if we hit anywhere between 2.5 to 3 terabytes a month, maybe more. It's a lot. I was browsing for yep, you caught me, bro. You got me. That hot Rurouni Kenshin or whatever the hell. All right, we missed out on that match. We were going to watch Hans versus Kaitos, but it looks like Hans managed to win. We'll be moving on to the top 8. Score another W for Dark Magician. So your top 8 right now is going to be Salamangreat Code Talker, Dark Magician, and then the winner of Mech Knight versus Phantom Knight. Then you have Mech Knight and Odd Eyes, and you have DDD and Mech Knight. All right, who do we want to watch here? Waiting for players to arrive to their match, we have David Magri against El Sune. We have La 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 versus Josh Fishy. We just watched Josh, so we'll probably watch someone else. We've got Nedex versus Curry. So, but here's the thing. So yeah, to go back to what we were talking about, IK Fire, representation, generally speaking, translates to power to a degree. It's not a direct one-to-one, but generally speaking, the best deck in the format is also going to be the most on Dual Avatar. No, the best deck in the format is typically going to be one of, if not the best deck in the game. Now, your point was specifically about people playing like expensive or unusual decks that are rare but powerful. Now that can happen, but the reality of that situation is that almost always, if that deck is proven to be powerful, other people will start to play it. You're never gonna have the kind of deck that like nobody else could play. It's just not gonna happen. Other people will pick up the deck and then its representation will rise. You're never gonna have One second, guys. I'm sorry. I'm aware you can hear me. It just frustrates me because, like, I'm looking at the quality and it's absolutely abysmal, and I do not know how to correct it. It should not be happening. What stream program am I running? I'm using OBS. Is it the latest version? I don't think it's the latest, but I've always had this issue if it's latest or not. It's like my internet. What's my computer build looking like? It's a really good one. I could show you the specs later. Just know that the PC is actually fairly high quality. And I'm sorry, guys. I'm checking my bitrate right now. No, my upload is fine, Alien HR. It's not as much as my download, obviously, but it's pretty high. Let's see if we can stabilize here for the rest of the tournament, please. Thank you very much. Sammy, 1988, thank you so much for the follow. Well, so I can't give an exactly accurate one right now, Alien HR, but it's usually like 1050. Resolene, yeah, I use that as well, but obviously it's not exactly going to give the best representation if you're doing it while streaming and other stuff's going on in the house and whatnot. We have had issues with noise on the line before in the past, but to my knowledge, that had gotten fixed. I may have to go ahead and have that looked into again. In fact, the more that I think about it, that's probably the issue specifically. All right, we seem to be holding steady here for the moment, so we're going to go ahead and avoid any conversation about the meta for a little bit, IK Fire, but we will get back to that later because I actually do find that very interesting. We will be activating our Secrets of Dark Magic, using 2 monsters from the hand here. Come forth, the Dark Magicians. And setting 1 back row. Taking out Shooting Code, we will then attack with the Apprentice Illusion Magician, allowing the attack to go through. We do not... we have access to the trap? Yes. Starry Night not being on the tier list is actually probably a good thing. It means people don't think about it. And then when you bring it to tournaments and absolutely destroy people, they get to be blown away every single time, despite knowing that the deck is a deck that exists. Also, yeah, people don't prep for you. So Alien HR, I will say that typically speaking, our internet actually does fine. You may be correct, obviously, but I have tried independent speed tests on different services, and they all typically tell me the same thing. So unless they're all in like cahoots with Comcast, I would be shocked if we're not getting a significant chunk of what we are actually paying for. Nightmare Cerberus taking out the Illusion Magician. We will have no Boost. And then able to get the Unicorn. Unicorn's going to spin the Dark Magician. You will not be floating here. Going in for lethal. And David expertly piloting to a game 1 victory. The only thing I'm worried about not worried, I should say. The one thing about that Alien HR is that wouldn't noise on the line be all the time and not just randomly occasionally? Because the last time we had the issue and had it corrected, it was basically all the time. Like we basically could not maintain a stable connection. Okay, well, I will keep that in mind and probably contact my provider to have them come take a look at the line itself. Again, the only thing that's annoying as far as that is concerned is the fact that anytime we need to have work done on the line, so I live in a townhouse, a townhouse that's connected to other townhouses, and the line is in so we're in like the first unit and there's 4 units total. The access to the line is in the backyard of the second unit, which means that they need to be home and so that the tech can go through their home to get to the access point. It's really annoying. All right, game number 2.
Duel!
All right, we got David going first once again. Lady Debug with the almost perfect combo looking like here. Hello, by the way, Nifroth. Please enjoy the cursed new emote that Quantum Cubes shared. So, as I have been asking each and every one of the Master Duel streamers when they have joined us today, how did your DC Cup run, Mr. Roth? Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. Really? This is getting ridiculous, dude. Hello, Inari. Thank you so much for the continued support, my friend. I really do appreciate that. It's very kind of you. No, it's not face cam. I do face cam all the time and there's no issue. There's just something up with my line right now. My internet line is like borked. Like I'll go back up to full KB kilobits per second. And then it'll just go back, it'll just like come crashing down. It's really frustrating. Normally when this happens, it does it for a little bit and then I go back to being perfectly fine. All right, are we good? We seem to be good for the moment. So, Elsune does... Isn't it technically the same number of pixels? Wouldn't that not change? And actually, did they actually give us a second copy of Amazon is Queen? Is that actually true? Did I somehow miss that? Oh, is it in the the event that just started today? The racetrack one? Oh, that's cool. Will it do anything? Probably not, but that's actually really cool. Well, keep in mind that there is new Amazonas support that if they were ever to give to Duel Links, may actually unironically push the deck back to being relevant. But until you give either more support, I mean, okay, hold on. Yes, you're not wrong, Nif, but at the same time, like there's the, which one is it? The Amazonas War Chief? The one that's like a free special summon and then just like sets an Amazonas spell trap. Like, that would be good. Going into a Dark Magician's here. We're going to be able to clear the board, one back row. Wait, why are you pixel herring when it's actually doing well? Don't do that to me, Wandering. You're worrying me right now. I really don't want to have to add that as one of my own channel emotes. Please, God, don't make me do that. No, Wandering, you can, please. You're absolutely welcome to post it. After all that the stream has been going through, I kind of don't have any room, like any leg to stand on as far as that's concerned. But no, there's where is it at? It's not just Pendulum Amazonas. Like there's literally one card in particular, the War Chief, if I'm not mistaken, the name. I mean, besides the fusions. Wait. Is that like further support that's only out in the OCG? It's not showing up on the DLM list. Am I dumb? All right, that's a 2-0 for David. Well done. Like, knowing, okay, I have to look this up. Knowing my luck, I fell for like a fake card. No, it's Darkwing Blast. Why is it not in? This one here. If you control no monsters or only Amazonas monsters, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is normal or special summon, you can set one Amazonas spell trap or one polymerization directly from your deck. Also, you can only attack with Amazonas monsters for the rest of this turn. This right here. Well, obviously Amazon is Call too. I don't think Call would actually make the deck like meta. It would make the deck consistent, like way more consistent, but I don't think it would make it meta. All right, let us go ahead and find another match. So it looks like Josh Fishy defeated La La La, Nedex defeated Curry. So your top four is David Magri. On the other side of the bracket, it is Josh Fishy versus Nedex. That's Odd Eyes versus DDD. And then we have Hans versus Shu in the top 8 still, as the one top 8 match left. The viewer count did go up a little bit, yeah. But it fluctuates all the time. I don't really I don't pay too much attention to that. When you do longer tournaments like this, you just have to accept that people are going to come and go. And just hope that they enjoy themselves.
Duel.
It was 100% the Amazonas. Could you imagine? Like, all right, guys, it's time. You know what? Hold on 1 second. Amazonas. We need to get some more viewers in here. Hold on just 1 second. Let me go ahead and grab this. Here we go. We'll leave it up for like 3 or 4 minutes so that it shows up on the Twitch page when you're in the category. You know what? I don't think we actually could use some more. So hold on 1 second. Let me go ahead and go like this. Let's put this over here. We don't want this one to be alone, so let's go ahead and grab this one. Yeah, yep, here we go. Perfect. Put you down here. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Chat is absolutely does not belong here. You guys are in the way of us having more Amazonas cards. Let me go ahead and see what else. Where's another one? Oh, here we go. Hell yeah. Shu winning game number 2. Yep, here we go. All right, guys, I think we've fixed the channel. We are good to go. Look, okay. I was grabbing them as I found them, please. I'm not going to put that much effort into a meme.
Duel.
Alrighty, the pivotal game number 3. Hans versus Shu, Dark Magician versus World, or Mech Knight, excuse me, I'm about to say World Legacy. Triple back row. We're gonna pass back to our opponent, Dark Magical Circle. We do have the MST. We'll be able to take it out. We'll activate a Magician's Magic, sending back the magical dimension, grabbing a copy of Conjurer and Dark Magician Girl. We're going to go ahead and normal summon the Conjurer. There will be a Canadia. That's fine. We're going to go ahead and Secrets of Dark Magic here, using the Conjurer and the Dark Magician, adding the magical dimension to hand. Conjurer effect activate, Book of Moon. We're going to go ahead and magical dimension to dodge out, by the way. View count went up by 5. Nice. Get poppin', getting in for... Oh, okay, well. That was kind of all in. Was it really worth it? Okay. Was that really scoop worthy? Unlucky. Well, thank you regardless, Hans. Alrighty, we have already missed the top 4 between Josh Fishy and Nedex. Nedex 2-0'd Josh Fishy to make it to the top 4, or sorry, the grand finals. So we have 2 more matches left. It'll be David Magri versus Shu in the top 4. And then after that will be the grand finals. The winner of David versus Shu and Nedex. Harrier didn't want to do the effort of the slurping smiles that the Amazon is slopping. Excuse me? Who won, Dark Magician or Mechs? Mech Knight did. And then in the grand finals, we have Nedex awaiting the winner of David Magri versus Shu. Hello, by the way, Duel Links Alpha. Hope you are doing well. Don't know if you were just lurking or showing up, but regardless, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. We are doing well. We are pretty tired, but we're approaching the end of the tournament, so that's okay. We're going to be able to make it just fine. A little bit heckin' mad that the leaks are taking too long to come out, so we can find out just how awesome resonators are going to be. I'm going to come out and say it. Bork everything else. Nothing else matters. Resonator gang, rise up. Resonators back to tier 1. Probably not unless they get one of their really good boss monsters. Otherwise, Resonators will probably be like tier 2, tier 3. Red, don't get me wrong. Red Rain's going to be an absolutely crazy card. I'm more interested in the Sulfur leaks. Sulfur feels more like a throw it into the main box with like Orcust. This mini box is already looking pretty stacked with Resonators, Time Lords, Shooting Quasar, etc. There's no way they have enough room to put in Sulfur. Sulfur would 100% be that like second or third string archetype you put in with the main box with Orcust. I'm more interested in what normal rarity vanilla monster we get. Okay, sure. Take that back right now. Oh, wow, yeah. You do take that back. Do I need remind you that during tier 0, let me repeat that, during tier 0 Rose Dragon format, one of the few decks that was consistently going toe-to-toe with Rose Dragon was Warrock. Not just once or twice, but on a regular basis. Not enough to break the tier 0 curse, but by God, Rose was absolutely tier 0. Do you not remember that time? You don't remember getting to like top 32 and having like friggin' 16 to 18 Rose Dragons like every tournament? During the height of Rose Dragon nonsense, the big GG Tour event was won by Warrock. Literally a Warrock sweep. First of all, I don't know if I would say Mech Knight was tier 0, but sure. Was Rose tier 0 for multiple events or just one? Multiple for several months, for like 2 months. It was tier 0 for like August and September. Until we got Salad, then Salad took over. So it would have been right after they nerfed DDD and Burning Abyss. We had a 2-deck meta of Burning Abyss and DDD into Rose Dragon when Rose Dragon got buffed and both PK, or not PK, Burning Abyss and DDD got nerfed. How do I know that we're going to be getting resonators? The leaked skill change, or not skill change, but the new leaked skill. So in the data mines, they got leaks for several new skills. One of which was for Quasar Dragon, which has already been confirmed via changes to the code, letting us know that we're getting like the summon animation, and then the skill. And if you go to the leaks, the leaked skill is, let me go ahead and bring it up really quick. Oh wait, I only posted part of it. Never mind. Hold on, let me fix that. Might help if I post the full. There you go. Roaring Soul. This skill can be used once per duel by sending one Fiend-type monster from your hand to the graveyard, send one Resonator or one level 4 Dark Fiend-type monster from your deck to the graveyard, then add one level 4 Fire Fiend-type monster to your hand. You cannot special summon monsters during this duel except for Synchro, Tuner, and from the hand. You can use each of the effects following once per turn and once per duel, and max one effect per turn. If you control Red Dragon Archfiend, return one Fiend-type monster on your field and one in your hand to the deck, and set a Red Rain to your field from your deck, which also suggests that we'll be getting Red Rain. Like, that might be the only support we get, but we suspect we'll probably get more than that. And then during this turn, defense position Resonator monsters you control cannot be destroyed by card effects. In theory, we assume that would be so that if you set up Resonators, your Red Dragon Archfiend won't destroy it on turn 1. But if you are interested in the other leaked, obviously some of the skills are now confirmed because we got Zone. What Resonator is even left that has not been released? Mostly the Resonator boss, the Red Dragon Archfiend boss monsters, and some of the support like spells and traps. We are missing a lot of the boss monsters just because they are so stupidly good. But there are a couple they could give us, like Red Dragon Archfiend Tyrant. They could give us Scarlight. In theory, if they didn't give us what's the level 4 Fire Fiend that you would get? The Red Runner or whatever. The like the horse one. Red Sprinter. Red Sprinter is a 1-card synchro play if you have a Resonator in the graveyard. Why is Fireball Dragon banned in the TCG? It's not anymore. If you're asking why it got banned, is because you could use this effect an infinite number of times per duel. Basically, it could just spam monsters forever. What would come first? Tyrant or Scarlight? They're kind of the same thing. I don't think it really matters. Dragino, the effect on Firewall Dragon that special summons a monster was not once per turn. It used to just be any time. So you would do loop shenanigans. You would loop. They errated it, yeah. Firewall Dragon got made once per turn. So Alpha, yeah, that is the current idea. Don't take this as a list that you absolutely would run. But here's an example of one being theorized by Eli. Obviously, don't take this as like how you would build it, because Red Rain is obviously going to be a card. What's the first ultra rare? Obsessive Oovaloop. The reason you use it is because it helps you satisfy the condition to have a fiend on the field and in the and in your hand to discard for Red Rain. Obsessive Oovaloop can return to your hand from the graveyard by banishing a synchro. So what you would do is you would use it as part of your play to go into to Red Rising Dragon. Then when it's in the graveyard, you banish the Red Rising Dragon to add the Oovaloop back to your hand, and then you have the material to discard from your hand for the Red Rain. Basically, with Red Rain, the deck will focus on, banish all your opponent's cards. Or monsters, rather. Red Rain is a pretty nutty card. Especially if you're going to be able to set it up like turn one consistently. And if you guys are not aware of what exactly Red Rain does, oh boy, is this a pretty nutty trap card. If you control a level 8 or higher synchro monster, banish all monsters on the field except the monsters with the highest level. Also, the remaining face-up monsters on the field are unaffected by the card effects except their own until the end of this turn. If a Dark Dragon Synchro monster is synchro summoned to your field while this is in your graveyard, you can add it to your hand. Wills, we're probably getting it in the mini box. There is one way to duel, and that's with power. Okay, Scryad's also correct. It could be a limit 1 card. Where are the data mine leaks? Let me pull you that up for you. Right here. Keep in mind, these are slightly older from like 5 days ago, 3 days ago, 4 days ago. The zone skills have obviously been proven because we got zone and they were all correct. Is that enough to make Resonator meta? I mean, Dranzer, if I can turn 1, set up a card that says banish every monster on the field except for mine, yo, that's pretty good. Does Red Rain affect monsters with no level at all? Yes, Fan Luna, that's the neat part. You could have the biggest Link monster on the field, Red Rain don't care. Your ass is getting banished. So Duel Links Alpha, yes. If you look at when the sale ends, it's on Friday. So new box probably Friday. Could be used in Blue Eyes? Sure, technically. It technically can be used in anything. Or, well, not anything. I should be careful. It can be used in any deck that makes level 8 or higher synchros. It's got to be a bundle. Yeah, there's probably a strong chance it's a bundle. And it's probably also a bundle just because you consider how strong of a card it is. Well, Alpha, you could always just add an extra stream day, right? Forbidden Chalice. Negate. We're going to go ahead and clear the field here. Deathroy, did you really need to bully me? Oh my god, I'm getting absolutely bullied here. What is going on? Oh my god, you guys are toxic. Oh, Deathroy, I'm still so incredibly happy that I defeated that person. They probably wanted King of Games more than I do, and I denied it. I'd like to think they went on to go on a losing streak and like de-rank back down to Legend 2 or something. You're pretty sure you streamed after me and faced that Vendread player? Please tell me that you let him let him have a win. Come on. Sulfacord Cog next month? Absolutely. If we get Sulfacord in the mini box, I'm king of gaming with it. And we will have nothing but Sulfacord waifus all over the stream layout. Time Lord Cog? Probably not. I don't hate myself that much. Or humanity as a whole. Falco's going to return to the field here. Mir returns to the hand, so we're going to be able to resummon it again. I mean, you do make a good point, Inari. I'm sure people would like to see Time Lord gameplay, so... But then, I have a feeling if I played Time Lords, I would, like, D-rank. I'm going to go into Cerberus. Cerberus is going to be able to pop here. Taking out the Indigo Eclipse and drawing a card. Nightmare Unicorn, get spinning. Going after the back row. What is it? It is World Legacy Secret. Get Negated. That's like the worst. I mean, it's the worst possible card it could have been. Into Firewall Dragon. Gonna just pass. This is gonna cause Purple Nightfall to go into the graveyard. We probably have a play to out this. But we are going to say nothing. No coaching. What are you talking about? The DC Cup was perfect. There was nothing wrong with this meta. Hold up, hold up. Are you telling me this doesn't look like a fun metagame to you? Also, Lamau, pal. All right, David Magri making it to the grand finals with Salamangreat Code Talker will be facing off against the free win known as Needex on DDD. I mean, sorry. Oh, hi, hey, Need, what's going on? How you doing? Sorry about that. I did not mean that. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. We're about to have a finals of Salamangreat Code Talker versus DDD. I will take it. Who won? David Magri with a cheeky end phase Cynet backdoor on the Firewall Dragon. Returns to the field, attacks directly for game. David Magri found the back door and crept on in. No PKs in the top four? Correct. Top four was Salamangreat Code Talker, Mech Knight, Odd Eyes, and Dididida. It should have been you, Josh. It should have been you. All right, guys, you've made it this far with us. Let's finish it out. Just one more match to go. In the grand finals, once again, we have David Magri at the bottom. We have Needex at the top. That's right, Command of the Doom King, DDD, and Salamangreat Code Talker have made their way to the grand finals in the Duel Links Meta Weekly number 271 every single week, bros. Starting things off, we have a DD, Savant Kepler, searching for a copy of Dark Contract with the Gate. Get searching. We're going to add a copy of DDD, Doom King Armageddon. This is going to activate our skill. The scales are now online. Bro. Come forth, Flame High King Genghis, using DD Swirl Slime and Savant Galilei. We will then activate our skill sending Doom King Armageddon to the extra deck, scaling Orthos and Savant Kepler. That's going to be a Pendulum summon of 1. Is his entire deck... I mean, looks like it so far. The actual DDD God himself. $2,000 in his virtual deck. Cringe. Well, to be fair, how many of these were in the selection box? Because any card in the selection pack can be upgraded for quote unquote cheap. By using the free stones you get from the selection pack. Link 1, Salamangreat Baelink. So we're going to search for a copy of the Sanctuary. Boxy Effect. Discarding the Salamangreat Sanctuary, we can pop one of the face-up spell trap cards. We are going to go for the gate. We do not want to allow our opponent to get any more resources. Book of Moon is going to threaten to end the turn right here. We do have the cross wipe, however. If we have Gazelle in hand, we are big chillin'. We're gonna take out the Doom King Armageddon, and yes, indeed, to the field comes Salamangreat Gazelle, sending the Jaguar to the graveyard. Jaguar is gonna be able to come back and get us into our Decode Talker. Decode Talker to the field. We're going to activate our skill. Mirror to the field. Going to the battle phase, we're going to crash with the High Flame King Genghis, getting in for 16,800. Activate. Recoded alive, banishing the Decode Talker from the graveyard. Come forth. Shooting Code Talker 2300. Direct. Lethal. And David Magri will take game number 1. Both players are going to be able to go to their side decks. finding the answers for what they face. How much money you got to spend to get full prismatics? Again, it depends on how many of those cards are in selection packs. You want to see the deck? You will have to wait until after the tournament, my friend. He's just a degenerate. He has full prismatic Yosenju. Bro. All right, let's take a peek here. We're gonna take a quick peek. How many DDDs can one get from? Okay. How many DDDs? How many DDDs? There are none in this one. Well, okay, so getting the Yosenju is easy. The Yosenju cards are in here. So making those prismatic aren't hard. Okay, I don't see a lot of DDDs, so yeah, my dude's just out here busting open the wallet. Game number 2. All right. Nedex is going to be making it quick and easy. Choosing to go first once again. DDD loves doing that. Activating Dark Contract of the Gate to go for the Oblivion King Abyss Ragnarok. We're going to go ahead and scale the Ragnarok. Then pen to summoning 1, 2, and 3. To the field, Ragnarok, Doge, and Savant Thomas. To the field, Coach King Jean Trainer, revealing Orthos, revealing Ragnarok, revealing Savant Kepler. This will be the easiest OTK of our life. Look at the Doge. I would like to point out this is not prismatic. This is not prismatic. This one is also not prismatic. This is not prismatic. This not prismatic. Beowulf is an R. There's no way Beowulf's an R. What the hell? Okay. Okay, I will grant you this. What is the justification for this, though? Summoning Fowl to the field. We have 3 monsters on board. We're going to be able to go into the Sunlight Wolf. Come forth, Gazelle. Gazelle, get dumpin'. Ban Salamangreat? Absolutely not. And I hate the deck. Jack Jaguar, resummoning, adding Foxy back to the hand. Access code for the one time. Come forth, Nightmare Cerberus. Discarding 1, get poppin'. Are anti-meta tournaments coming back anytime soon? The one issue with that is actually coming up with a new anti-meta list. Because obviously the meta has changed since then. God damn it. Holy bro. Professional streamer, by the way. Oh my God. I just had a heartfelt moment, and it is now lost to all time. Well, I guess you'll have to watch the VOD on my YouTube page if you want to see it. How long muted? I don't know, like 5 minutes. Anyways, congratulations to David for winning today's Meta Freakly. Congratulations to Nedex for the impressive second place finish with DDD, showing that the deck remains a fun and powerful deck in the meta game. It may struggle going first, but goddamn if it can't go second when it does. Congratulations to Shu and Josh Fishy for their top 4 finishes, helping us make today's event rather diverse. And congratulations to all the other competitors who both competed today and made it to the top cut. You guys are what make this all worthwhile. You want to see some lists? Yeah, we can look at lists. Let me go ahead and pull them up right now. Let's go ahead and pull up Elsune's Dark Magician list. Let's pull up his Dark Magician. Let's pull up. Are there any other deck lists we want to pull up? No, that should be good. Alrighty. Your winner for today, David Magri with his Salamangreat Code Talker list. 21 cards, maxing out on the microcoder and Signet backdoor. 2 mining, 1 cross wipe. Looking fairly standard for this list. I think the only thing that might be a little different is David Magri does like the Cerberus, which I don't think necessarily everyone plays. But I do agree in theory. Why is the Gizmek sided as opposed to main? Probably not. What would you realistically remove for the Gizmek? Side deck is just filler? Okay, sure. All right, now let's all look at Nedex's deck list. How many cards are not prismatic? I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4 potential prismatics that are not. Oh, and let's look at the extra deck. 1, 2, 3 cards that could be Prisma that are not. Very disappointed. The only thing different here is that some DDD lists have been running a copy of Lancia in the main deck. Nedex did elect to put the Lancia in the side deck. Alrighty, here is Shu's Mekhanite list. This is looking fairly standard for the current builds. The only difference is some versions of the decks have been running like a copy of Ring of Destruction over like a warning point. But otherwise, this is kind of how the deck's being run now. Then we will skip over to the top 8. We could look at Josh's list, but it's just Odd Eyes. Here is the Odd Eyes deck list. Might help if I actually bring up the extra deck as well. Did any Time Lord enter? No. Okay, this is I think these lists are actually almost identical. Yeah. So here's El Sune's Dark Magician list. Josh, check your DM, by the way, please. I messaged you. Please get back to me. And then you will notice that Hans's list is almost identical. The only difference is we are electing to run one less copy of Magical Dimension. But otherwise, the list is fairly standard. Alrighty. With that, guys, I am going to go ahead and call it for today. That is the end of today's stream. If you are not already in the Discord, do consider joining. We are going to have 2 to 3 tournaments this week, including a new box tournament either Friday or Sunday, one of the two. Hoping that you guys... I'm not actually pixelating again, am I? Okay. Will I do a COG stream before Saturday? Yeah, we should. We're currently Legend 3. Just need to finish out the run. I'm gonna go ahead and shoot us over to Quantum. I believe his event is still going. Thank you guys. We will have another stream tomorrow probably, then Wednesday, and then Thursday, and then either Saturday or Sunday. Some combination there. So it should be a pretty busy week. See you guys.